The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Senator Cutter, Danielson, Senator Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields, Senator Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Michelson-Janae, Malika, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zunzinger, Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Pelton, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wanted you to think you're like on the deck of a ship and there's very little space.
Approval of the journal. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 19th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 22nd, 2024, correctly printed Senate Bill 211, Senate Concurrent Resolution 3. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 175, 199, and 204. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 72, 113, 121, 139, 143, 167, 174, and 190. Correctly revised House Bills 1174, 1255, 1266, 1276, and 1348. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1021 and 1130.
Senate Services. Message from the House.
April 19, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1435 and 1436. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1008, 1009, 1115, 1286, 1288, and 1381, amended as printed in House Journal April 18, 2024. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1037 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Duguay Kennedy, Chairman, Epps, and Armagost as House Conference on the first Conference Committee on House Bill 1037. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bills 1161, 1323, 1002, 1234, 1354, 1244, 1259, 1293, 1156, 1136, and 1258, and has repassed the bills as so amended. April April 22nd, 24, the House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes, House Bill 1270, 1372, 1353, 1349, and 1296, amended as printed in House Journal, April 19, 2024.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for the consideration of memorials.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of memorials. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will now proceed out of order. Consideration of memorials. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Joint Memorial 4?
Senate Joint Memorial 4 by Senator Simpson and Representative McLaughlin, memorializing former Representative and Senator Jim Dyer.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to guests in the chamber this morning. It really is an honor and a privilege for me, Mr. President, to move Senate Joint Memorial 24004 and ask that it be read at length.
Will the clerk please read Senate Joint Memorial 4 at length?
Senate Joint Memorial 4 by Senator Simpson and Representative McLaughlin, memorializing former Representative and Senator Jim Dyer. Whereas Jim Dyer, the former Representative and Senator, departed this life on April 29, 2023, at the age of 85. And whereas Edward James Dyer, Jr., known to everyone as Jim, was born on December 9, 1937 in St. Joseph, Missouri, to Edward James Dyer, Sr. and Eleanor Grace Brown Dyer. And whereas Senator Dyer was raised in Kansas and graduated from Hayden High School in Topeka, Kansas, where he played football and was student council president. And whereas after high school, he attended St. Benedict's College in Atchison, Kansas, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts degree in English Literature in 1959. And whereas, after graduating from college, Senator Dyer attended Officer Candidate School. And whereas in 1963, Senator Dyer began his first tour in Vietnam as a lieutenant in the United States Navy. And whereas he served 2 more tours in Vietnam after transferring to the United States Marines in 1964 and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel. And whereas during his 3 tours in Vietnam, Senator Dyer was awarded the Soldier's Medal, 3 Bronze Stars, the Air Medal, the Gallantry Cross with Palm from the Republic of Vietnam, and the Order of Military Merit from the Republic of Korea. And whereas to the men who served with Senator Dyer, his care for others was a distinguishing characteristic. He made it known to his troops that he was there for them. And whereas General Ron Fogelman, former Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, called Senator Dyer, quote, a very loyal guy when it came to taking care of his troops and not forgetting them, he just never forgot his troops, unquote. And whereas on December 10, 1966, Senator Dyer married Shari Ferguson, and they had 3 sons, Jim in 1968, Andy in 1970, and Matt in 1974. And whereas in 1977, while serving in the Marines, Senator Dyer attended the U.S. Naval War College. And whereas, after retiring from the armed forces, Senator Dyer and his wife moved with their 3 sons to Durango, Colorado, where he sold heavy equipment while pursuing a 2nd degree in career counseling from Fort Lewis College. Whereas Senator Dyer graduated from Fort Lewis College in 1986 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in career counseling, and whereas Senator Dyer was elected to the Colorado House of Representatives in 1988 to represent District 59, which includes Archuleta, La Plata, Montezuma, and San Juan counties, he was reelected 5 times and served in the House for 12 years. And whereas in 1998, Senator Dyer was elected to the Colorado Senate, representing District 6, comprising Archuleta, Delta, Dolores, La Plata, Montezuma, Montrose, Ouray, San Juan, and San Miguel counties. And whereas Senator Dyer had friends on both sides of the aisle and cared deeply about his district. And whereas during his time in the General Assembly, Senator Dyer served on many committees, including the House Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee, the House Appropriations Committee, the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee, the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, the Senate Transportation Committee, the Senate Government Veterans and Military Relations Committee, and the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, on which he served as chair. And whereas both during and after his terms in the Colorado House and Senate, Senator Dyer wrote a weekly column for the Durango Herald, often discussing what was happening at the Capitol. And whereas in 2001, Governor Bill Owens appointed Senator Dyer to serve on the Public Utilities Commission, at which point he resigned his seat in the Senate. And whereas Senator Dyer was a member of the Marine Corps Association, the National Rifle Association, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the American Legion, and whereas he loved his brother Marines and returned to Vietnam after he left the Senate, and whereas Senator Dyer was known for his care of others, his loyalty to his constituents and colleagues, and his deep patriotism. And whereas Senator Dyer characterized himself as a poet warrior, and others describe him as a man who cared about all the right things, who made a positive impact in the places he went, who made a difference, and who was loved and respected. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that in the death of Jim Dyer, the people of the state of Colorado have lost a devoted public servant and an outstanding citizen, and that we, the members of the 74th General Assembly, pay tribute to Jim Dyer for years of dedicated public service and do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of his family. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint memorial be sent to Senator Dyer's wife, Shari Dyer, and his sons, Jim Dyer, Andy Dyer, and Matt Dyer.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please be seated. I have some of my own comments to offer as part of this memorial, and then I have a handful of written comments from colleagues of Senator Dyer's and family members as well. So to begin with my comments, on April 29th, 2023, Colorado lost one of its most dedicated public servants, Senator Jim Dyer. Upon being asked to sponsor the memorial alongside Representative McLaughlin from Durango, I've learned the inspiring story and work of Senator Dyer. From his service in Vietnam, starting as a lieutenant and ending as a lieutenant colonel, to his time at the General Assembly, Senator Dyer seemed to make friends wherever he went. A self-proclaimed poet warrior, you'll hear that on more than one occasion this morning, Senator Dyer and his wife Shari were thoroughly involved in their community, raising 3 children and eventually retiring in Durango. The senator worked to prioritize his constituency and kept the district close despite his service here in Denver. Senator Dyer was loyal to a fault. He was often characterized by his brothers in the armed service and the legislators he worked with here under the Gold Dome. He even refused to run against a former colleague in the Senate in 1996, unless that colleague declined to seek another term. Fortunately, he was able to run for that seat. Similarly, during the Senate race for Senate District 6 in 2002, he didn't endorse a fellow Democrat nominee for fear he might sever ties with a legislator on the other side of the aisle. Partisanship was nearly non-existent in the mind of Senator Dyer, putting his constituents' interests first, front and center. I hear he even kept boxes of constituent inquiries, concerns, and questions long after his tenure at the General Assembly. While I did not know Senator Dyer personally, I am and would be proud to emulate some of the qualities he held in his position as a dedicated public servant and take solace in the legacy he left behind in the district I now represent. I want to thank his wife and children for allowing him to grace the chambers with his long-lasting presence. Some prepared statements family has asked me to offer as well from his son, Matt Dyer, who couldn't be here today. Our family would like to thank everyone who made this honor happen here today. Jim Dyer was a poet warrior. He absolutely loved being a Marine, a politician, a father, a brother, and a husband. He took the responsibility of being a politician very seriously. Representing his constituents was a badge of honor for him, and he knew that he wasn't bigger than the job. He made the effort to listen to the quiet ones in the back of the room who didn't talk the loudest or push their way to the front because they were the observers of the societies and communities in which they lived. He would ring the bell during the holidays, go to the cafes and parades, the county fairs, and the dog parks, but most importantly, the main streets of the district he served, to just talk to folks. He tried to look at the positive. If all you ask about is the negative, what's wrong with this or that, then you can get worn down and uninspired. He was a filter for the people that he represented. He let them be who they were and could bring down the temperature of a room with a quiet confidence. Jim Dyer had Alzheimer's on the back part of his life, and he would not be ashamed of this fact. It is a part of getting older for some and should not be looked down upon or hushed. He would actually enjoy representing those who don't have a voice anymore and are the unheard parts of society. He lost some memories and abilities along the way, but he never lost his quiet confidence or compassion. Do you see through the line here? He still represents for the quiet, the unheard, and those worthy of dignity, who couldn't talk loudly or push their way to the front. Jim Dyer passed away on April 29th, 2023 at his home, surrounded by his family and dogs. He would be so honored for this acknowledgement of his work in this place that he loved and respected so much, from those he loved and respected so much. Our family thanks you all so very much. And from his sister, who's actually with us today, Mary Dyer Thies. Senator Jim Dyer's sister, who's with us today, asked us to let you know that Jim's sons, Jimmy, Andy, and Matt, are unable to attend today. Jimmy is in California and Andy is in Alaska, and Matt, as Jim, Senator Dyer would have said, is doing the hard work caring for his mom. Jimmy, Andy, and Matt, we wish you could have been here today as we remember your dad and his fine legacy. Matt, we thank you for undertaking the hard work of taking care of your mom. Our hearts go out to all three of you, and we send you our sincerest condolences. All right, from a colleague, Senator Ron Tech. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person, but I did want to say a few words about Senator Jim Dyer, the one from Durango. There's another Jim Dyer we get to do tomorrow, another memorial. Jim was such a good man and a good human being. I met Jim when I was sworn into the Colorado Senate in 1999. A couple of memories of Jim have always been in my mind. I can't remember it was my first or second year in the Senate that a bill was being debated. Jim and I were on his side of the chamber and discussing the likelihood of it passing. I don't remember which side of the bet either of us were on, whether we thought it would pass or fail, but we had opposing viewpoints. So Jim said he would bet me $5 that it would go his way. He lost. The bill went the way I thought it would, so he wrote me a check for $5 and wrote on the memo line, blood money. I have no memory either what the bill was even about. I just remember Jim making good on his debt immediately. The second and more important memory I have of Jim is where his heart was. I stayed with a friend in Boulder my first few years during the session. Once in a while, I would ride the bus from Boulder to wherever it stopped on the 16th Street Mall. One morning, I was walking to the Capitol. I ran into Jim, who was walking from his apartment that he and several other legislators had. When we got ready to cross Broadway, Jim stopped to face the west and said a quiet little prayer. When he was done, he told me that 3 men under his command in Vietnam were MIA, and as long as they were lost, he was going to pray for them. He said he says that prayer every day, and it was a long time after the end of the war that he maintained that prayer vigil. That, to me, spoke volumes about the character of Colonel Jim Dyer, and I've always admired him for that. My thoughts and prayers go to the family. The world is an emptier place without Jim in it. With the greatest respects for the man, Senator Ron Tech. Lastly, a few words from our wonderful Secretary of the Senate, Cindy Markwell. To the family, your father was one of my all-time favorite senators, and I'm so happy that I can be part of this memorial that honors your father. There will never be enough words to sum up your father. He was funny, kind, and smart. In my eyes and many others, he lit up every room he entered. Your father always had a twinkle in his eyes, and for those of us who were lucky enough to know him, know what I mean. Even the drafter of this memorial requested to write this memorial as she too was such a Jim Dyer fan. We are so fortunate that we got to know this amazing person, your father. We're deeply sorry for your loss.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only met Senator Dyer a couple of times, but as anyone who met him even once knows, he leaves a lasting impression. And I cannot think of a better senator to be carrying this memorial. And I know that, Senator Simpson, you never met him, but there is no one in this chamber that reminds me more of Senator Jim Dyer than you do. He exuded reasonableness, kindness, and strength. Back in 2003, I was working for John Salazar on his campaign for Congress, and we went down to Southwest Colorado for a parade, and two things. First, I was running comms on a congressional race. I had no relation to this guy, didn't know who he was. He had no idea who I was, and he spent a lot of time, a good half hour, 45 minutes, just talking with me about the challenges of rural Colorado, about bucking bales of hay and the work that he was doing down there and the concerns of folks in that part of the state. And speaking of bucking bales of hay, we had a helium canister, this giant helium canister that we couldn't figure out how to load onto the back of the truck. Because we had, it was balloons, it was a parade. And Jim came up and he went, I got that. Just bear hugged the thing and threw it in the back of the truck. It was astounding, the strength this man had. And for those of you who remember phone books, I once saw him take a phone book and just tear the whole thing right in half. Never seen anybody else do that. He was kind, he was strong, he was generous with his time. The impact that he had on the state and the legacy that he leaves behind, Colorado has lost, both literally and figuratively, a giant in Jim Dyer. My condolences.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 31A for the purpose of allowing current or former members of the House to address the Senate from the well to consider this memorial.
You have heard the motion. This does take a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will now stand in recess to hear remarks from members of the House and former members of the Senate. Members, if you'd like to join us at the well and say a few words, please feel free to make your way.
Thank you
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for saying aye to that. I was kind of like, gosh, what if they don't let me in here? What am I doing? I did get to know Jim Dyer very well. He lived in Durango. When he first decided to run for office, he was asking around, what do I need to do this? And somebody said, well, you need to kiss a baby. That's what you usually start with. And my daughter was in my arms, and so Jim Dyer kissed the baby, and with that, he took off and was running for office. So we were very happy with that. We did figure out that if you name yourself a poet warrior, people vote for you. They don't even know what a poet warrior is. And people voted for him because it was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. So he was great. Jim's legacy is that he has 3 sons who absolutely adored him. They adored their mom, who is still alive. And they all really took care of each other. And that's a really fabulous legacy to have. Jim was good. He campaigned at City Market. That was a little different. He was in there every single day. And they said that at his services, that Jim would walk up and down the aisle and talk to everybody, and he met all the constituents in the produce department. And he got all the votes, and they knew he was one of them. And I just adored Jim Dyer. He was a really great senator. He was a great human. He was a great Marine, so he and my husband had a lot of drinks over being a Marine. That's what they got to share together. And I just will really miss him. And I'm always proud that for all the people who showed up on his behalf, so thank you.
Senator Norma Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me. Haven't really had too much coffee this morning. Senator Jim Dyer was a dear, dear friend, and you probably wonder why I have this jacket on. It was a gift from Senator Dyer. Thank you. Still good service here. Senator Dyer and I were freshmen together. We both served together in the House and the Senate. And this is the photo. And I think all of you should take a good look at that photo. It's the first time I met Senator Dyer. And you'll recognize a lot of people there. But the woman with her elbow on somebody's shoulder, that was me on Dyer's shoulder. We met, we became friends, and we were always friends. It never changed. We called him Colonel Dyer. When I retired, this was my present. I am now General Anderson. If you look at any of the old pink books for job description for Senator Dyer, it says poet, warrior in every one, because I have all of them left, and it's always there. And that's exactly what he was. So well-versed, an artist in his personality, but yet a warrior. Always friendly, quiet, always a smile, always helpful, and only once did I see the warrior. A legislator, male, was being as rude as he could be and obnoxious to a visitor. I was afraid of what would happen. It was in a committee room. And I saw the warrior. He did nothing, but I saw the warrior with the clenched fists. And you say strong? Yes, he was strong. And he just was a perfect person. We stayed friends even after we left the legislative body. We talked probably monthly, and a friend and I went down to see he and his wife and spent some time with them. And Senator Dyer, Colonel Dyer, the only thing I wouldn't do is go out to lunch with him, because there was a little Vietnamese restaurant down the street over on 13th. He loved that Nam food. I could tell he spent a lot of time there. But Jimmy, my friend, Colonel Dyer, Senator Dyer, I miss you, and rest in peace, my dear.
Senator Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. You know, Jim, everything that this has been said is so true. I mean, he just exuberated happiness and friendliness and welcomeness and inclusiveness. And I want to share a couple of funny stories with you, because we had one thing in common, and we both resigned in 2001. Only I did it sooner than he did and went on to run USDA rural development. And so here it is, opening day of the session, and I get this lovely, very thoughtful, pathetic basket of daisies from my husband. Now, my husband probably spent a lot of money on Denver flowers, but Senator Dyer could see, I was like, look, this is what I got, were daisies. Senator Bishop, who had since retired, I said his wife always got him peach roses. So I go on my first day at the USDA, and what do I get? This beautiful dozen peach roses from my friend Jim Dyer. So he retires at the end of the session and went on to be the Public Utilities Commissioner. So I sent him a dozen peach roses. And then I went on and was appointed Secretary of State, and here comes my dozen peach roses. So the point just being that Jim just had such a warm heart and wanted to, he loved his friends, and he did all these beautiful things for people that were just out of the kindness of his heart. And the other funny story is that we Republicans were in control, Democrats took the majority, and Jim and I served on the Ag Committee together. He didn't know how to run a committee. So staff would come in, and he'd say, go ask Senator Dennis, she'll schedule the bills for us. And so we did. I mean, we worked so kindly together, and we had one mission, to make Colorado a better state for everybody. And so my husband now and I went over for the funeral in June with Senator Dyer's family, and it was a lovely service. And one thing that Jim had done after he retired from the Senate, and those 3 MIAs that Senator Simpson mentioned, he went and visited every one of those families to tell those families, you had a good soldier, you had a good Marine. What a pivotal point that they made. So he just loved people. He was an emotional man. He could cry almost on a dime, as rough and tough as they've shared that he was. So he's probably looking over all of us right now and sharing a big smile. So thank you.
Senator Hillman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, to begin with, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Minority Leader, I know this is a very busy time of year, so thank you for giving us a little bit of time to remember a dear friend. Senator Dyer spent 12 years in the House when he and I were both elected to the Senate. I had the privilege of serving with him on the Ag Committee and on the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. He was truly an officer and a gentleman. The Poet Warrior label comes from his own chosen occupation in the legislative directory. He was a man of his word who had the courage of his convictions. He was also a gentleman to everybody that he served with, and it comes to mind that on State Veterans and Military Affairs, he would often go up and get coffee and make sure that on the way to and from, he would ask both Senator Rupert from Boulder and Senator Musgrave from Fort Morgan if he could get anything for them on the way. It did not matter what party you were a member of. I have 2 quick stories to tell about Senator Dyer. The minority leader our first 2 years was Michael Feely, who I'm sure most of you know, also a Marine. And Senator Feely was about 6'3" and generously 250 pounds. He was an imposing figure. And as Senator Dyer and I were sitting in one of our committees, Senator Feely had made an announcement about some event that he was hosting, and it included a meal. And I leaned over to ask Senator Dyer, I said, are you going to such and such an event? And he looked at me, and I think he was kidding when he said, well, not without a food taster. Senator Feely had his hands full, especially in the first year or two, keeping Senator Dyer on the reservation. He was truly, at that point, a conservative Democrat, but again, he was a man of his convictions. And my very first committee vote was in Ag Committee on a bill that was carried by Senator Ken Klober, who was known for having a bit of a temper. And there was a provision in this bill that I couldn't vote for, and it was a 4-3 committee. And at that point, I didn't know the routine well enough to know that I could go talk to Senator Klober and propose an amendment to him before we got into committee. So when the time came and the staff called the roll, I joined the 2 Democrats in voting no, and Senator Dyer bailed me out and voted with the 3 Republicans voting yes. There were numerous times when Senator Dyer would help me out, especially those first 2 years when I would try to make a bad bill good and do a really poor job of it, and then Senator Dyer would say, get the snot beat out of me in the lobby afterwards. So I have great memories of Senator Dyer. He's very much missed, and thank you this morning for allowing us this time.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I share my own remarks this morning, I would like to share a few words that Tim Foster, former House Majority Leader from Grand Junction and former fellow legislator with Senator Dyer, sent to me. What to say about Jim Dyer, other than he was my very good friend. Sure, we came to different political parties. We agreed at times, we disagreed at others, yet we enjoyed one another's company. Jim Dyer was a veteran who served our country in 3 tours in Vietnam. As we would walk through Civic Center Park over there, Jim always stopped to say the names out loud of his comrades who did not make it back home. Jim was a very effective legislator, but more importantly, he was a good guy and one whom I will always miss and whose name I will always say on December 9th, our shared birthday. Jim was as emotional as I am, which is probably why we were good friends. Although Jim was elected in 1986, 2 years prior to when I was elected to the General Assembly, our common love of English literature, where we both had our bachelor's degrees, joined us together. We both loved English lit and could always recognize when a Shakespeare quote was appropriately entered into the debate. Although I represented fledgling southern suburbs that today represent 6 House districts and 3 Senate districts in Douglas, Elbert, and Arapahoe counties, Jim represented the northwest area of the state that had more cattle than people. You might think our interests were widely divergent. They really were not. In fact, we found common ground over the next decade on many, many issues that impacted citizens in both of our districts and approached our legislative disagreements with humor and respect. Perhaps it was our rural Midwestern roots. I grew up in Nebraska, Jim grew up in Kansas. Or maybe it was the shared sense of ridiculousness that could provoke us both to laughter, both at each other and ourselves. His wit was subtle. The literary references dotted his commentary in committee and floor debates. While he referred to himself as the poet warrior, he really was more of the poet. Despite his multiple tours in Vietnam and his Navy and Marine careers, my brother, also Jim, served in Vietnam as well, and Senator Dyer and I had more than a few discussions about how politics impacted the treatment of those men and women who served in Vietnam on their return to the United States, as well as their place in history. Mostly, it was Jim's character that drew people to him. His ready smile, his genuine caring for others, and how they were getting along in the world. His intellectual curiosity, his commitment to service, and his unswerving loyalty to those he served and cared with. He proudly wore his Marine uniform, which Norma wore today, when we recognized various military dignitaries or holidays. Putting on the uniform wasn't putting on a costume for Jim. It was reflecting his personal model, always faithful, the Marine Corps' motto, Semper Fidelis. As Shakespeare wrote, "This above all. To thine own self be true. It is how Jim Dyer lived his life, filled his family, friends, and those who had the honor of serving with him in battle or in public service with joy, love, and unfailing loyalty. Thank you.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I renew my motion, I do want to recognize Senator Dyer's family that are with us today. Mary and Ron Thies, Senator Dyer's sister and brother-in-law here, as well as Mr. Alan Brown, a cousin of Senator Dyer's. Thank you, Mr. President. It's really a great honor and a privilege for me to renew my motion for the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 004 and request a roll call vote.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Joint Memorial 4. Will the clerk please poll the members?
Senators Baisley. Baisley, aye. Bridges. Bridges, aye. Buckner. Buckner, aye. Coleman. Coleman, aye. Cutter. Cutter, aye. Senator Danielson is excused. Exum. Exum, aye. Fields. Senator Fields, aye. Gardner. Gardner, aye. Janal. Janal, aye. Gonzalez. Gonzalez, aye. Hanson. Hanson, aye. Henriksen. Henriksen, aye. Hawkes Lewis. Hawkes Lewis, aye. Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, aye. Kolker. Kolker, aye. Liston. Liston, aye. Lundin. Lundin, aye. Marchman. Marchman, aye. Michelson Janae. Michelson Janae, aye. Malika. Malika, aye. Pelton B. Pelton B, aye. Pelton R. Pelton R, aye. Priola. Priola, aye. Rich. Rich, aye. Roberts. Roberts, aye. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, aye. Simpson.
Aye.
Simpson, aye. Smallwood. Smallwood, aye. Sullivan. Sullivan, aye. Van Winkle. Van Winkle, aye. Will. Will, aye. Winter. Winter, aye. Zenzinger. Zenzinger, aye. Anderson. Senator Norma Anderson. Anderson, aye. Dennis. Dennis, aye. Hillman. Hillman, aye. Mr. President.
Aye. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Joint Memorial 4 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The Senate will now observe a moment of silence, and the chimes will be rung in memory of Senator Dyer. Thank you to the family, colleagues, and guests that are here with us today for allowing us to be a small part of honoring the legacy of Senator Dyer. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests.
The Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 24-005 until Friday, April the 26th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 005 to Friday, the 26th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. SJM 005 will lay over until Friday, the 26th. Mr. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of orders for moments of personal privilege.
The motion is to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are honored today to be joined by the one and only CU Boulder Chancellor Phil DeStefano in the chamber. He is joined by his wife, Yvonne, CU Regents Leslie Smith and Alana Spiegel, and of course, President Todd Solomon. Chancellor DeStefano is a first-generation college graduate. He has spent his entire professional career as a leader within the CU Boulder community, joining CU way back in 1974 and serving as an educator, a dean, provost, and chancellor. During his tenure, 117,963 degrees have been awarded. One of those is myself. $485 million in scholarship funds and over $2 billion in gifts have been raised in his tenure. After 16 years of holding the title of Chancellor, Chancellor DeStefano announced his plans to retire and transition to new roles on campus. Of course, just if you know Phil, he's retiring to other positions on campus. Upon the selection of the next chancellor, he will serve as Senior Executive Director of the Center for Leadership and a member of the faculty in the School of Education. He also will continue his current role as the Newton Endowed Chair, will continue to engage with major donors and engage the alumni across the university landscape, and will support the transition of the next chancellor. Chancellor DeStefano has been a resident of Boulder for more than 40 years. He's been active in local, regional, and national organizations, including leadership roles within the Association of American Universities, NCAA, and Pac-12 Athletic Conference. He serves on the Boulder Community Health Board of Directors and maintains close connections with numerous other civic organizations, including many where he has held leadership and advisory positions in the past. We also want to acknowledge the support and partnership of his wife, Yvonne, their 3 daughters and 2 grandchildren, whose unwavering support has undoubtedly played a significant role in his accomplishments and everything that he's done for the state of Colorado. Chancellor DeStefano, we thank you for your dedication, your passion, your tireless efforts in advancing higher education and making CU Boulder a place where excellence can thrive. Your unwavering commitment to higher ed and your exceptional leadership has truly made a difference, contributing to the success and reputation of our university, making it a place of academic excellence and innovation. Your leadership has inspired and empowered countless students, faculty, and staff members, shaping the future of CU Boulder and leaving a lasting legacy that will continue to benefit generations to come. We're incredibly proud of everything that you have done, and we're indebted to everything that you've done for the university system, for all the students and faculty in the entire state of Colorado. Colleagues, please join me in thanking Chancellor Phil DeStefano for his service. Now, speaking of Boulder, we are also joined today by our friend Cliff Bosley, the race director for the Boulder Boulder. The Boulder Boulder and the University of Colorado are proud to continue their long-standing partnership for a race and celebration like no other. Along with the letter on your desk, we present you with the 2024 Boulder Boulder Race shirt located in the back of the chamber, so grab one in your size, as long as they have your size. Recognizing the 44th Running Memorial Day, May 27th. The Boulder Boulder has been recognized as America's all-time best 10K by Runner's World magazine. It's one of the largest Memorial Day tributes in the USA, honoring American warriors who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. In 2023, the Boulder Boulder was the 6th largest running event in the US, generating $18.8 million in economic impact for the Boulder economy. The event is truly a community partnership, and it draws nearly 50,000 participants, enriches the state's economy, and introduces prospective students and families to the state's flagship university. The Boulder Boulder was created to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for America. It features the presentation of the nation's colors, a 21-gun salute, recognition of our service members, flyover, skydivers, Echo Tap's national anthem, and the enlistment ceremony for over 100 recruits. Since 2007, race shirts have been provided to U.S. troops stationed worldwide, with over 30,000 American warriors participating in special Boulder Boulder races. We encourage everyone to participate in the race to experience the best 10K race in America once again this year. And I've said it before, but the best perk of being a state legislator is you don't even have to run the Boulder Boulder to get the shirt. And so when I'm out with my family, getting dinner or somewhere out in the community, and I see a fellow Coloradan wearing the shirt that I'm wearing, kind of look at each other and we have that look, and we're like, yeah, you did something big. You pushed the boundaries. And I just kind of nod and move along. Because really, it's just that I'm a state legislator, and I get the t-shirt every year. I don't run it every year, but grab your t-shirt. Thank you so much to everybody who participates in and makes the Boulder Boulder the most special day of the year, at least in my community. And I invite many of you to come join us again this year. Thank you, and let's honor the Boulder Boulder one more time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am requesting a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends our warmest congratulations and commendations to Dr. Reginald Washington. Throughout his career, Dr. Reginald Washington has been invaluable to the city of Denver and a pillar of his community. After graduating from the Colorado School of Medicine and training in the CU hospital system, he served his community for nearly 50 years as a renowned pediatric cardiologist and founded the Rocky Mountain Hospital for Children. Yes, he has been recognized for his work with numerous awards, including Physician of the Year, the Gold Heart Award from the National American Heart Association, Cardiologist of the Year from the HCA, and Samaritan Institute's National Samaritan Award. He has published over 78 articles in peer-reviewed journals on childhood obesity, pediatric cardiology, and many related topics. He is a community leader and has served on the boards of numerous organizations, including the Denver Center for the Performing Arts, Temple Buell Foundation, Action for Healthy Kids, and Board of Governors for Colorado State University. As a physician, philanthropist, and community leader, his contributions will be felt for generations to come. In addition to his outstanding leadership and many accomplishments, Dr. Washington is simply an exceptional human being. On request of Senator Janet Buckner, given this 22nd day of April, 2024, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, Steve Fenberg, President of the Senate. And there was so much information and so many accolades around this extraordinary pediatric cardiologist, we couldn't get it all on this plaque. So I am going to also add some information that is pertinent to Dr. Washington. He really is an exceptional man, and he's been a jewel in Colorado's medical community. His humility and love for his community is what he is known for. His long list of accomplishments, like I said, would not fit on this plaque, so I want to highlight some special things that I know about him. I will never forget this. In the year of 2006, he was one of 3 finalists for the Surgeon General of the United States of America. All of us were so thrilled at that time, and we're still so proud of you. He also served 2 terms on the National American Heart Association Board. He was member of the Expert Committee on Obesity, past chairman of the Committee on Sports Medicine and Fitness, and like I said, I need another plaque for all of his additional accolades. One of the other things that I want to tell you about Dr. Washington is the fact that mentorship is so important to him. He has always continued supporting Black professionals interested in the healthcare field, providing guidance through their careers. He is a humble man and believes in giving back to the community. The other half of the Washington dynamic duo is his wife, Faye. Faye, could you stand? This dynamic duo is providing support how and when they need it most for those people of Colorado. They are highly respected, and they were instrumental in the start and evolution of the Kaleidoscope Ball. This ball celebrated its 12th anniversary this year, and the funds from this ball benefit Rocky Mountain Children's Health Foundation, which benefits sick children, infants, and their families by providing support when they need it most. They have raised over $400,000 through the Kaleidoscope Ball. Faye is an active member of VOA and past chair of the board of directors, and too many other organizations to list. Dr. Washington and Faye have been friends of the Buckners for decades. We've attended our kids' weddings, graduations, and more. Our friendship has always been enjoyable and valued. The Washington are proud parents to Danielle, Quinn, and 2 grandsons, and will soon welcome their first great-grandchild in a few months. They have invited, and I have invited many of their family friends here today because we all love you so much, and we all wanted to be here when the State Senate recognizes you. And, Dr. Washington, behind the glass and on the upper level, I'm not allowed to say balcony, am I? There are a lot of people here who want to thank you because they have been lobbyists and have worked with you throughout your time in Denver. So we are just so proud of you today and want to give you a round of applause. And you may be seated. And Senator Kyle Mullica wants to come and say a few words about Dr. Washington.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, can I request a moment of personal privilege?
Granted, and Senator Lundeen, thank you for saving the good senator from Mullicaville from getting fined.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm a ER nurse, and I've worked at Presbyterian St. Luke's, and Dr. Washington was our chief medical officer, and I'll be quick, but I really wanted to get up here because Dr. Washington is a living legend. He's larger than life. And I remember my first time interacting with him, how I was in awe because of the history and because of his expertise. But I think the one thing that I've learned about Dr. Washington and working with him now over the years, both as a nurse but also as a legislator, is just how humble he is. That he's always willing to pick up the phone, and he's always willing to have that conversation with you, and he's always willing to help you understand some really complex issues. And so I just really wanted to get up here and thank you, Dr. Washington, for the impact that you've had on me, not only in my professional career, but down here as a legislator as well. And I hope that you recognize how many individuals truly look up to you and what an impact that you've had not only on our community as healthcare workers, but on the overall state of Colorado. And so thank you for everything that you've done. It truly is an honor to know you and to call you a friend. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're back.
I'm back.
Once again, Dr. Washington, we are so proud of you. We appreciate all the times you've come here to the Capitol to be a witness in healthcare committees and other committees, and your reputation precedes you, and we wish you good health, wealth, and happiness in your retirement years. And would all of those who came to support Dr. Washington from the Buell Foundation, personal friends, stand up again, because we are just so proud that you're here in the chamber with us.
Senator Fields. Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President. We would both like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, this is National Crime Victims Week, and it's a time that we recognize and honor those who have been harmed by crime, and then those who are advocates for those who have experienced crime. You know, when I think about crime victims, you really can't describe what that looks like. I'm a crime victim. I might not look like I'm a crime victim, but I am one. And so it's hard to know how people deal with and process crime. But I can tell you the only way I was able to deal with the crime and the harm that happened to me was through the advocacy of an advocate in the judicial district, which was the 19th Judicial District. At the time, Carol Chambers was the DA, and they provided me with all the information and support that I needed to understand what was going to take place. So when I think about the role of an advocate for crime victims, for me, it's priceless, because I didn't know how to navigate the system. But I got through the system, I got on the other side, and I'm still here today being a champion for crime victims. So that I requested on our behalf a tribute that I'm going to read to you right now, and it says, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the 70 regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby recognize the 18th Judicial District Attorney Office. State Senator Tom Sullivan and I would like to honor the remarkable efforts of the dedicated team of the 18th Judicial District during Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is April the 21st through the 27th, for their unwavering commitment to seeking justice for all cases in Arapahoe County, Douglas, Elbert, and Lincoln County. Is truly remarkable and deserves our commendation.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. With a focus on advocating for victims and ensuring public safety, they tirelessly prosecute criminal offenses with professionalism and integrity. Their adherence to core values, including community focus, transparency, and responsiveness to victims, sets a shining example for others to follow. At the request of Senators Rhonda Fields and Tom Sullivan, given this 22nd day of April 2024, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, and it's signed by President Steve Fenberg.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This tribute honors the remarkable achievements of the 18th Judicial District Attorney General's Office during Crime Victims' Rights Week. We celebrate an institution dedicated to upholding justice and safeguarding our communities across Arapahoe, Douglas, Elbert, and Lincoln counties. The 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office is committed to justice for all, prioritizing victims' rights and public safety while upholding professionalism and transparency. Serving over 1.1 million people across 4 counties, the 18th Judicial District is a vital part of Colorado's legal landscape.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I want to talk about what leadership is when you're a DA, because they are the ones that are the attorneys. So I didn't have a private attorney when it was time for me to seek justice in my son's murder. It was the DA. It was DA's office that represented the people of Colorado to seek justice on behalf of my son. Since that time, we've had John Kellner, who is currently the DA. He's been the DA since January 2021, and he's led the office in driving all kinds of initiative to enhance transparency and to combat crime. Some of the key accomplishments of the office has been launching groundbreaking data transparency projects, advocating for legislative change, which we have all passed, and increasing the prosecution of violent crimes. He's also established the Organized Crime Unit that has led to the successful investigation into complex criminal enterprise. So I just want to close by just thanking them for all the work that they do for keeping our communities and our neighborhoods safe, and for all the work he's done in the 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office. And members, we do have members of their team here. If you guys could please stand, there's a long list of members that are here. We just want to applaud you because I'm quite sure there's a lot of dark side of the work that you do, but you find a way to help crime victims deal with from being a victim to surviving what has happened to them. And so we just want to take this time and we applaud you for your service. Members?
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, colleagues, I want to thank the senators from Aurora and Centennial for bringing this tribute to the 18th Judicial District in what is Crime Victim Awareness Week. When I first came to the legislature, which was a long time ago, we regularly had a session about once a month to learn about crime victim rights and advocacy in the state of Colorado. The thing is that as a member of the Judiciary Committee at the time, and still, I learned a good deal about crime victim advocates, about the system of advocacy, both in our law enforcement agencies, our district attorney's offices. Get to know some crime victim advocates. They will reach out to you, reach out to them, get to know what they do, the importance of their role to protect the rights of crime victims and their families. It makes a huge difference, and it's been my privilege, along with the senator from Aurora, to sponsor a good deal of legislation in support of crime victims' rights and support of funding. You know, the best issues and the best legislation that you will do here, in my view, are the issues that find you. And the rights of crime victims and and legislation around crime victim advocacy found me as an issue, and it's some of the best work that I've done, that have been privileged to do, frankly. And when I leave here and people say, what did you do? That is one of the first things on the top of my list to say, strengthen the rights of crime victims and supported crime victim advocacy. Do that, members, and learn more about it. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Delta Sigma Theta sorority is a historically African-American sorority organized and founded by college-educated women dedicated to public service with an emphasis on programs that assist the African-American community. Delta Sigma Theta was founded on January 13, 1913 by 22 women at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Membership is open to any woman regardless of religion, race, or nationality, and women may apply to join through undergraduate chapters at a college or university or through an alumni chapter after earning a college degree. The sorority currently has over 350,000 members and over 1,000 chapters located across the world. The first public act of Delta Sigma Theta sorority was some of its members marched as students of Howard University in the collegiate section in the Women's Suffrage March in Washington, D.C. on March 3, 1913. Delta Sigma Theta has created programming to improve political, education, and socioeconomic conditions, particularly within black communities. The sorority is most known for its collaboration with community organizations and corporations to further its programming tools and goals. The sorority reached its centennial year and became the first black Greek-lettered organization to participate in the Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California on January 1st, 2013, with a float entitled Transforming Communities Through Sisterhood and Service. Members, we have an opportunity to recognize the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated on both sides of our chamber as they sit here. I may not mention if there's anyone upstairs, I don't want to get fined, but I just want to make sure we recognize for sure the members who were present. I really love them because they might have the exact same colors, crimson and cream, as the greatest fraternity on earth, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. We had Alpha Day here, they had their time. But I just wanted to say thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for the continued work you do. Thank you for amazing senior legislative aides like Nicola Parker and so many other folks that have had a chance to serve in this building. Members, as you remember, we had a memorial last year for the great Senator Gloria Tanner, who served here in this chamber, and she is a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority Incorporated, along with many others who have served here in the body. Today we have with us Chapter President Janice Satchel. If you would mind, please stand. And then also all the members, please stand. We thank you so much for the work you do. Members, please join us in a round of applause for the sorority. Thank you, Mr. President.
Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 204 by Senators Janal and Rich and Representatives Bradley and McLaughlin concerning technical revisions to the Procurement Code. House Bill 1255 by Representatives Bradfield and Garcia and Senator Buckner concerning the continuation of the Colorado State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement Education, and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation. House Bill 1276 by Representatives Young and Bradfield and Senators Zenzinger and Lundin concerning the continuation of the Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deaf-Blind, and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 175 by Senators Fields and Buckner and Representatives McLaughlin and Joda concerning measures to improve perinatal health outcomes and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 199 by Senators Roberts and Will and Representatives McCormick and Catlin concerning an appropriation for species conservation trust fund projects.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage for all the bills on third reading of bills final passage consent calendar, which include Senate Bill 204, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1276, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 199.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255 and Senate Bill 175.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255 and Senate Bill 175. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on Senate Bill 175 and Senate Bill 199.
Senator Pelton B. will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 175 and 199. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote this morning on House Bill 1255, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 199.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255 and Senate Bills 175 and 199. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded, please, as a no vote on House Bill 1255, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 199.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255 and Senate Bills 175 and 199. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1255.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1255. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate 175.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 175. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 204 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1255 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Bridges, Winter, Marchman, Janal, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1276 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Janal, Roberts, Hanson, Priola, Colker, Fields, Marchman, Winter, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Pelton B, Pelton R, Will, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Liston. With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 175 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sullivan, Bridges, Zenzinger, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Marchman, Henriksen, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Priola, Winter, Colker. Coleman. Exum. Mullica. Roberts. Hanson. Please add the president. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 199 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Simpson, Hanson, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Cutter, Winter, Buckner, Janal. Please add the president. Third reading of bills. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1266?
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Hamrick and Frizzell and Senator Zenzinger concerning the relocation of utility facilities in a local government right-of-way.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1266 on third reading, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1266. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1266 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1348?
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senators Jaquez Lewis and Fields concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1348 on third reading and final passage, and we ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask permission to ask for a third reading amendment on House Bill 1348.
Senator Liston, will you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, we had a good discussion and debate the other day about 1348, and there was a good discussion about, as you recall, about increasing the penalties. We passed one amendment that if you stole a firearm, that it modestly increased the penalty from a Class 3 misdemeanor to a Class 1 misdemeanor, which was a good step in the right direction. And then we had further debate about if you had multiple offenses and you stole a firearm not once or twice, but maybe twice or 3 times or more, that there should be more of a penalty, and that's what this amendment deals with. I'll be happy to explain it, but I ask for approval for a third reading amendment.
This is to the move. No, it's to the motion. It's not debatable. It's okay. Never mind.
The question before the body is Senator Liston's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment L66?
L66, amend revised bill, page 6, line 23, after 2.3, insert A. Page 6, line 24, after section, insert, and except as described in subsection 2.3b.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move amendment L066 to House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, once again, as you recall, we had a good, lively debate. Unfortunately, there are people out there, bad guys and bad girls, that they've stolen a firearm not once, and the penalties were minimal in the past. what this amendment seeks to do, that if you steal a firearm twice or more, which unfortunately it does happen, it happens all the time, and I give you some statistics about that if you like. But what this amendment will do will, if you steal a firearm more than once, it will raise the penalty to a Class 6 felony, which is the lowest level of felonies, which means that you will serve at least 1 year in prison or jail prison. And you may have a monetary fine, that's up to the judge. But right now, for those people, and we know it's going on, is that these firearms are being stolen from vehicles. And that's the intent, the good senators, that's your intent, is to crack down, not only to put a little starch in the spine of the people to safeguard your firearms in your vehicle, which makes sense, but what about the people who are perpetrating the crime of stealing a firearm, whether it's a sophisticated handgun or a long rifle or whatever? Right now, under current law, it's just a little more than a slap on the hand. This will put a little starch in it that if you do the crime, you're going to do a little bit of time. It's at least 1 year. We need to get the bad guys and girls off the streets, even if it's for a year or more. And to the good senator from Aurora, here we just paid tribute to the Crimes Victim Awareness Week. Well, let's show the criminals out there that we mean business. And that's what this amendment will do. To give you a little bit of statistics, between 2017 and 2021, an average of 3,300 firearms per year, not total, per year, were stolen from private properties. A lot of those were from vehicles. So what if we're going to do more than just talk the talk, we will walk the talk as well. We will mean business by showing the bad guys and girls, usually it's bad guys though, that if you steal a firearm and you do it more than twice, you're gonna get a little more than a hand slap. So with that in mind, members, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L066. Thank you very much.
Senator Hawkins-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this will be the third time that we have seen this amendment. When this occurs, there will be many other charges that would be involved in this, breaking into the car, other charges. So we believe this goes too far, and we would ask for your no vote on this third reading amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 66 to House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Colker, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Winter, Marchman, Winter. I already got you, so you're on there again. Fields. Hawkins-Lewis. Sullivan. Fields. Priola. Buckner. Michelson-Janae. Cutter. Exum. Please add the president. With a vote of 19 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is adopted. To the bill. The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Will, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Priola. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1348 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Sullivan, Cutter, Hanson, Michelson, Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1174?
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Duran and Snyder and Senator Mullica concerning permits to carry a concealed handgun and in connection therewith establishing standards for concealed handgun training classes.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1174 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. We discussed this for, frankly, hours and hours on Friday, so I won't belabor the points already made in this august chamber, but I would say that there are 29 states of this union that allow for constitutional carry, that allows for its citizens to protect themselves and their families without having to obtain any permission slip from the government. This bill, it not only makes it harder to obtain a concealed carry permit, but puts very arbitrary things on it, like having to pass a test that 70%, that you have to score 70% on a test, but then has no definition as to what the test might include or even be of. So I will ask for a no vote on this. I think it's something that's meant to make us here in this body feel slightly better while doing absolutely no real world good for the people of Colorado. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1174. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Hinrichsen, Priola. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1174 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Sullivan, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Kolker, Gonzalez, Fields, please add Senator Hanson as a co-sponsor. Message from the reviser.
April 22, 2024. We herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1435 and 1436. Without comment as amended, House Bills 1008, 1009, 1115, 1286, 1288, 1381, 1270, 1372, 1353, 1296, and 1349.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 201, House Bill 1374, House Bill 1383, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 203, Senate Bill 191, and House Bill 1362 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 11:54 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bills 201, House Bills 1374, 1383, Senate Bill 186, 203, 191, and House Bill 1362. On special orders consent at the hour of 11:54 a.m., this does require a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 11:54 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve the subcommittee of the whole for consideration of special order second reading of bills consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the committee of the whole for the consideration of special order second reading of bills consent calendar. And Senator Coleman, take the chair.
Very good. Committee will come to order. Call rules relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills in special order, second reading bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 201 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Smallwood, and Representatives Lindsay and Pugliese, concerning an increase in the hours of work in a massage therapy program required for licensure as a massage therapist. House Bill 1374 by Representatives Marvin and Rudnell and Senator Michelson, Janae, concerning means of ensuring that independent contractors who perform legal services on behalf of independent judicial agencies are eligible for the Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. House Bill 1383 by Representative Lindstedt and Senator Michelson, Janae, concerning declarations that form common interest communities under the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act. Senate Bill 186 by Senator Marchman and Representative Joseph, concerning the classification of a coroner as a state trooper for the purpose of determining Public Employees Retirement Association service retirement eligibility and benefits. Senate Bill 203 by Senators Janal and Kirkmeyer and Representative Hartsick and Ortiz, concerning requiring the Colorado Prescription Drug Affordability Review Board to consider input from the Colorado Rare Disease Advisory Council under certain circumstances. Senate Bill 191 by Senators Sensinger and Simpson and Representatives Kipp and Frizzell, concerning operation of host homes for youth. House Bill 1362 by Representatives Lukens and Catlin and Senators Roberts and Simpson, concerning measures to promote the use of gray water.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for passage for all the bills in special order, second reading bills, consent calendar, and the associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 201 and the Education Report, House Bill 1374, House Bill 1383, Senate Bill 186 and the Business Labor Technology Report, Senate Bill 203, Senate Bill 191 and the Health and Human Services Report, and House Bill 1362 and the Ag and Natural Resources Report.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? Seeing none, a motion for the body's adoption of all the committee reports in special order, second reading bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee reports are adopted. Any discussion on the bills in the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion for the body is adoption of all the bills in special order, second reading bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 22nd, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 201 is amended, Senate Bill 186 is amended, Senate Bill 203, Senate Bill 191 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1374, House Bill 1383, House Bill 1362 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 201 is amended. Senate Bill 186 is amended. Senate Bill 203, 191 as amended, passed in second reading order, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1374, 1383, 1362 is amended, passed on second reading order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Members, the computer is having some issues. We will have to stand in a brief recess before we bring up the second reading of Bill's calendar. The Senate will come to order. General orders, second reading bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve himself committee to hold for consideration general order second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for the consideration of the general order second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
You and me are going to be up first, Jim, but I got it. We're good.
Committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everybody up in here. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 90?
Senate Bill 90 by Senators Will and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Evans concerning possession of identifying information while driving and in connection therewith increasing the penalty for a driver who refuses to provide to a peace officer identifying information that is in the driver's possession.
Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be laying over a few bills until tomorrow, so I will be laying over Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 182, House Bill 1121, and Senate Bill 130 until tomorrow, Tuesday, April the 23rd.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 90 until tomorrow, April 23rd. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 90 will be laid over until tomorrow. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 182?
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Gonzalez and Bridges and Representative Hernandez concerning the requirements to issue an
We did 90.
Yeah, 1121 and 130, so we're 195. 195. 705.
Correction, members, we laid over Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 182, House Bill 1121, and Senate Bill 130. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 195?
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Winter and Cutter and Representatives Lindsay and Lindstedt concerning protection of vulnerable road youth.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 195 lay over until the end of the calendar.
The motion is laid over Senate Bill 195 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 195 will laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1057?
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Woodrow and Mabry and Senators Gonzalez and Hinrichsen concerning prohibiting the use of an algorithmic device by a landlord for the purpose of determining the amount of rent to charge a residential tenant in connection therewith, declaring that such use is an unfair or deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1057 until the end of the calendar.
The motion is laid over House Bill 1057 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1057 will laid over to the end of the calendar. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1230 until Wednesday, April the 24th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1230 till Wednesday, April 24th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1230 will lay over to Wednesday, April 24th. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 41?
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Rodriguez and Lundin concerning adding data protections for minors' online activity.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 41 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Report.
To the BLT Committee report, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you. In the BLT committee, we amended the bill to clean up some language for Google for the educational purposes for some of the tablets and the stuff, and for tablets and the educational piece, and also did some technical tweaks that was requested by some of the stakeholders.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the BLT Committee report to Senate Bill 41. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill BLT Committee report is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L003?
L003.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003.
To the amendment, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During stakeholdering and through the discussions, we decided to agree to align our targeted advertising to align with the Colorado Privacy Act that we already have in statute. So this amendment does that.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
L004, amend the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report dated April 6, 2024, page 1, line 9, and substitute.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was some of the other feedback we had before committee and during committee that we did some technical cleanup on. This basically aligns with some of the language in other states, which allowing as age estimation and aligning some words with saying financial, any unfair to unfair, and any financial to financial, and just some technical cleanups of that, and the feature for a heightened risk of harm for minors under a data protection assessment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L004. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the bill, Minority Leader Lundin.
This is a bill that we've been working on and stakeholding fairly significantly now for, golly, months. Probably 104 days, I would say. It is improved with the amendments in the committee. It's improved with these amendments again today. It seeks to find a narrow and middle pathway forward to protect children that deserve greater protection, and at the same time allow for the productivity that comes with technology. I think we've found that middle ground. The bill's in pretty good shape right now. We hope it stays in good shape as it advances to the next chamber.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to acknowledge my co-sponsor, who was probably around before all this technology was out and wrote one of the first children's privacy bills back in the day before we were so technical as we are now. And also my co-sponsor on the Colorado Privacy Act as being the third state to pass. We were behind the times, and currently other states are starting to, we need to catch up where the other states are. 2 or 3 other states are starting to run bills for children's privacy protections up to the age of 18. We have some protections. This bill includes geolocation. Basically, your child from the age of 1 to 13 has to have parental consent to use their data. 14 to 18, the child must consent on their own. Basic standard is just increasing the access to data for children.
Minority Leader Lundin.
I need to acknowledge the antiquity that my co-prime sponsor has described me in. Yes, it is true that back in the day, then Representative Alec Garnett, former Speaker of the House, Alec Garnett and I ran the first in the nation student data privacy law. We did use stone tablets and abacuses to figure out what we were doing at that time. It was a good bill then. This is an extension of the Colorado Privacy Act, which had the opportunity to work with on my current co-prime sponsor. This brings the child protections in the Colorado Privacy Act in alignment with the intentions that we lay down and put in place with the Student Data Privacy Act below those many years ago. Good bill. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 41. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 41 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 193?
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Danielson and Simpson and Representative Duran and Pugliese concerning a requirement that any annexation of lands within the exterior boundaries of a reservation of a federally recognized Indian tribe be approved by the Tribal Council of the Indian tribe.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 193 till Tuesday, April the 23rd.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 193 till Tuesday, April the 23rd. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 193 will lay over till Tuesday, April 23rd. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1107?
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Lindsted and Byrd and Senators Bridges and Winter concerning judicial review of a local land use decision.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1107. And I expect
That
there
is
will
a
be some
proper
discussion.
motion. Any discussion on 1107? Go ahead, Chris. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. It's been highlighted to me recently. Some things that may need some changes or like to see some changes from some of my constituents. And first of all, I want to speak to the bill sponsors and thank them for their work because they did some major changes. Changes were done previously in the House, and they've narrowed, and they've kept to those changes here in the Senate, and they've narrowed who can file a judicial review. Currently, it's at 5 units per acre on judgments based on 5 units per acre. But there's still some things that I would like to see. So I have an amendment, the First Amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L10.
L10 amendment regress bill, page 2, line 12, strike A, page 2, strike lines 18 through 20.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, and that was a short amendment, so quick I couldn't cut him off. This amendment essentially puts everyone on a level playing field. Oh, thank you, Mr. President, I move L010. Mr. Chair, L010 on 1107.
Proper motion. Senator Coker, tell us about L10.
L10 is basically making this a level playing field. So initially in the bill, it's saying that if you bring a judgment, a judicial review, and you lose, you have to pay the government the court costs. What I've heard from constituents is they're already taxpayers. If they're bringing this forward, they're paying those costs in the first place. Now, if they lose, they got to pay those court costs again. So, and it just reminds me of other things that we've done that we've removed from legislation in the past years where we required court costs to be paid for people losing a case. I mean, it's still up to the judge, I believe, in the judicial system, or it could be, and I have other amendments to talk to that. But L010 basically says if you are bringing a judicial review, everyone who brings judicial review on these land use decisions is susceptible to pay the court costs if they lose. Not just the citizens, but also the land use applicants, which i.e. would be the developers. So I urge an aye vote on 010 because it just makes everyone involved pertainable to that rule.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on L010. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that there is not a delay in development of housing projects caused by Rule 106 challenges. In the event that a applicant is filing a 106 challenge, that there is no delay for development that is being caused by that 106 challenge. So we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any discussion on L10? Senator Gardner.
I urge a no vote as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Oh, there is more discussion. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to refer back. I rise in support of L10 because in my conversations following the hearing on this bill, I asked where else do fee-shifting provisions appear in our statutes? They are extraordinarily rare. And to me, this idea of charging citizens for raising legal challenges strikes me to be a very challenging and worrisome precedent. To me, removing this section of the bill is a clean way to ensure that everybody can have their day in court, and that there are protections in place whoever prevails on the motion. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L10 is lost. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L11.
L11 amendment.
Senator Coker.
Again, I could have just let him read through it. It's one sentence. I move House Bill 1107, Amendment L011.
To the amendment, Senator Coker.
This just simply states to the courts, instead of saying shall, the person that loses shall pay, replaces shall with may, and it leaves it up to the judge to determine the merits of the case that was brought. If it was brought in a manner that's not so reputable, then the judge can say, well, you brought this case, you delayed this building, and we feel that you should pay. The judge can say that you could pay. So we're changing from shall, because that's on everyone, because there could be some absolutely good reasons to bring these judicial reviews by our citizens. Because if you think about it, this is local control, and it's most earnest because we're having citizens review and take it to the courts. And so it's not cheap to bring a case forward. They're still getting, constituents that I've been talking to, they're still paying thousands of dollars to bring a judicial review, out of their own pocket. So it's not free to take this to court. And so that in and of itself is a reason for them to make sure that their claims are valid, that they have a fighting chance in court. So I really encourage an aye vote on this amendment, Amendment L011. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Centennial for bringing this up. Changing the shall to a may, it defeats the purpose of this bill. The plaintiffs who merely disagree with a decision of local government, and I want to remind folks that when you are sitting as a local government person, that is a hearing. You're in a quasi-judicial hearing. And so you do have your day in court through this process. And so plaintiffs who merely disagree with the decision of a local government, which oftentimes in units, because it is density of 5 or more, it's often neighbors that say, we don't want that crime, that traffic, those types of people here, even though the local government followed all their land use rules throughout the process, and they file Rule 106 as a way to halt the construction of the project. It is true that judges already have the authority to award attorney fees to the prevailing party. However, this rarely, if ever, happens. HB 1107's fee-shifting provision will ensure that plaintiffs have meritorious claims before filing a Rule 106. So you can still move forward. It'll ensure that the plaintiffs and their attorneys are confident the local government actually abused its discretion through the quasi-judicial hearing before they file the lawsuit.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I appreciate the good senator from Centennial who brought this forward, trying to ensure that the public, the people who bring maybe the surrounding property owners, they don't get gouged apparently by the court. Those are my words, not his. But again, this amendment would pretty much gut this bill. and the intent of this bill. I will point out to you that the rest of the sentence, where it says the court shall award, already gives discretion to the court when it says reasonable attorney fees. So the court has the opportunity at that point to ensure that there are reasonable fees and that the county or the municipality can't throw out a whole bunch of fees, which I don't believe they would do anyways, but can't, produce a bunch of fees on something when in fact maybe there wasn't any. So there's already discretion for the court in the law, in this bill, that would say that they shall award reasonable attorney fees, and the court has discretion at that point.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just to comment about the comments of the good senator from Weld County. I've always wondered, does reasonable define attorney or does reasonable define fees? But I'm not sure you can find either one, and that's from a simple country lawyer. Members, to the amendment, if you vote yes on this amendment, you just as well vote no on the bill. I mean, if that's your position, that I'm a no on the bill, well, then fine, but don't be confused. This bill is about the economics of filing Rule 106 actions. And I have to tell you, I struggled with this bill and how I was going to vote on the bill, because as an attorney, I've used Rule 106 actions before myself, not in land use, but it's essentially the All Writs Act of our state rules of civil procedure. And so automatically charging attorney's fees to a losing plaintiff is something that I thought about pretty hard. The bill, as it came out of committee, has been limited to residential housing kinds of cases, which is important. We're redrawing the balance about developing residential housing, and we can talk more about that later. Why do I say you just as well vote no on the bill? If that's your position, fine, don't waste your time, just vote no on the bill. Because right now, without this bill, judges can award attorney's fees in cases that are frivolous, unsubstantiated. There's a lot of language in the statute about awarding attorney's fees to a party that brings an action that's without any merit at all. And many, many, many of these Rule 106 cases are without merit. But judges don't award attorney's fees. They don't like to do it. And I respect that. They have a group of neighborhood association, generally plaintiffs, who are suing their local government, which likely has, for the larger counties, has a general counsel office that does this, and that's what they do, and they have people to do it. And they don't really, the judge doesn't really want to do that. And so they won't find the case to be frivolous or vexatious. They just don't. So what the bill does is really exercise a legislative judgment about that and say, look, this is holding up the development of residential housing. These cases have been to a planning department, a planning commission, and then the body of elected city or town council members or county commissioners who have, in a quasi-judicial process, decided whether or not the development should go forward. because it has become an impediment to the development of residential housing, we frankly want to discourage those cases that are not strong. And we are saying, plaintiffs, unless you've got a strong case, and I've seen them, and we heard testimony about them, that's what you hear testimony about, not the hundred or so that are without merit, but the one involving misconduct of an elected official that I sat there and said I would have taken that case. Even on with attorney's fees in the balance, I would have taken that case. But if you change the shall award to may, and you don't give any direction to the court's going to say, well, I don't want to do that. I don't think it's the role of the courts to do that. Members, I urge a no vote on L011 for that reason. Don't be confused about what it does. It will mean that we'll have the status quo that we have today if this amendment passes. So vote no.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes on this amendment essentially is the same as voting on an amendment that strikes the first line, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. It really just undermines the entire purpose of the bill. Again, ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L11. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and L11 is lost. Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L14.
L14, amendment to gross bill, page 2, line 13, strike government entity and substitute
Senator
party.
Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L014.
To the amendment, Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment, and all it does is on page 2 of the bill, line 13, it strikes governmental entity and puts in party so that whoever wins prevails. And for example, if the citizens prevail, then the local government or the developer would have to pay the attorney fees. And I ask for your support on L014.
Any discussion on L014? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. The city is not the one deciding whether or not to file this lawsuit. The city simply is defending itself. It's not up to them. They shouldn't have to pay depending on the outcome of the case. Ask for no.
Senator Gonzalez.
But if the city, thank you, Mr. Chair. However, if the city is in fact found to be in violation of Rule 106A4, which involves exceedance of its jurisdiction or abuse of its authority or discretion, then I actually do think that the city should, or the local government, whoever it is, actually should, in the furtherance of good government, actually reimburse the plaintiffs in this matter the reasonable court fees. If a judge finds that they actually did abuse their discretion, what is otherwise the remedy to a citizen who raises one of these concerns? Nothing? Well, yeah, you were right. Sorry about that. All that Amendment L14 would do is affirm that whoever prevails is then able to recoup their attorney's fees. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to remind everybody again that when we're talking about land use processes, whether it's a use by special review permit that's going in front of a Board of County Commissioners or a municipal board, or whether it's a rezoning, those are quasi-judicial hearings. where the board is sitting in a quasi-judicial manner, and they have to judge it based on the merits of the case. And typically, there are standards and things that have to come into play. So with regard to whether or not they abused their discretion. There are actually standards, there are things written specifically in the code that the board, at least in my case, with the Board of Weld County Commissioners, that you have to follow directly. So, in other words, you can't just say, gosh, 1,000 people showed up, and therefore I'm going to vote no on this. As a board, as sitting as a Board of County Commissioners, or even a town board or city council, you have certain criteria that you have to look through and make judgment on that are based in statute. So that's the first thing. To answer the question directly, like what happens if the municipality or the county loses in court, typically, and I may not have the right word, so I'm sure the good country lawyer will correct me if I'm wrong, but typically what happens, at least in the cases that I have been involved, is it gets remanded back to the Board of County Commissioners or to the council board, town board, or the city council, and then they have to review it again, only using the record from the original hearing. Only using the record from the original hearing. And they have to redecide the case. That's what happens. So it's not like they just say, oh, the county lost or the city lost in this case, they were arbitrary and capricious, or they just didn't make a good enough record, or the judge wants to challenge something maybe that was said with regard in the findings that the board made. Then it gets remanded back to the county or the city, and again, they go through yet another hearing, quasi-judicial hearing, where they do not accept further public testimony. They have to review the public hearing and the testimony that came forward during the original public hearing, and they have to make findings from there and decide whether or not they are consistent with the zone district, whether or not it's consistent with future and existing land uses, neighboring surrounding land uses, whether or not it's compliant or compatible with the comprehensive plan, all of these different things that are pretty black and white. They're not just, you just can't vote no kind of thing. And I will tell you that in the code for Weld County, and I believe this is probably pretty similar to most local governments, that it is the burden of proof on the applicant to demonstrate that they have met these very specific criteria. So again, that's what happens. It just goes back to the quasi-judicial board or council, and they go through another hearing and make a decision.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you to the good senator from Weld County for helping me better understand the perspective of a local government elected official, and actually, in so doing, helps prove the point. There are regulations, there are statutes, there are ordinances, and a Rule 106A4 claim specifically is an abuse of or exceedance of authority. And if a citizen or a group of citizens files that litigation and prevails, what this bill would do is state there is no remedy for you. What the amendment would do is to ensure that those individuals or citizens, whoever the prevailing party is, would actually be awarded the reasonable attorney's fees. So again, if the government did exceed their authority, I don't want to use the word corrupt, but did hinder a process in a way that exceeded their authority, then what financial remuneration is there available to the citizen? We heard in committee testimony that referred to an instance in San Miguel County. I don't even know what happened there in that county, but I am aware of that both sides agreed, yeah, that was egregious, and it was a proper use of the Rule 106 authority. should this bill proceed unamended without this amendment, the citizens, one of the citizens who testified in the hearing spoke and said, had this provision been in place, we wouldn't have brought forward the case because the cost would have been so excessive that we wouldn't have been able to actually proceed forward. And that was a clear abuse of discretion. And both proponents and opponents to this bill agreed. That's why I think this amendment, and I thank the good senator from Fort Collins for moving it forward. That's why I think this is balanced, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, at first glance, I thought this amendment wasn't half bad in that it would, in the very infrequent cases in which a neighborhood group is most typically what you have actually prevailed, that would be sort of infrequent, and you know, if a city or county doesn't have confidence in what they're doing, they ought not be defending the action. But here's the problem upon reflection. These actions go like this. Developer goes to city or county, let's just say city, when I say city, both. They go to the governmental entity, let's just say it that way, and they say, I want to build a subdivision, or I want to build an apartment building. And that goes into the planning process and evaluation against the land use code. If, after jumping all of the hoops in the quasi-judicial process, the governmental entity says, yes, XYZ developer, you may proceed, that decision becomes subject to a Rule 106A action. When the 106 action is filed by neighborhood association, the city or county is served and is a party, and immediately the developer will file a motion to intervene in that action to defend their rights, and they will be a party. Now, over in the House, the bill, I think it was in the House, the bill got amended from language that said initially, and it was just one page, the language initially said the court shall award reasonable attorney's fees to a prevailing defendant in any action. There was concern that a defendant, prevailing defendant, would not only be the county or the city, but the developer as well who intervened. Now, I'm not sure that, I suppose they're a defendant intervener or an intervener defendant by party, but here's the problem with this language, and with all respect, it worries me because I don't have a real problem with the governmental entity maybe having to pay attorney's fees in the rare cases where they are they didn't follow the quasi-judicial procedure. But I do have a lot of concern about awarding reasonable attorney's fees to a prevailing party when the developer intervener is also a party. Because I can guarantee you that those interveners are going to say, because they're a party, and they are going to argue that the governmental entity's decision was correct, they're going to argue that we're a prevailing party as well. And if you think that the city county attorney fees might be high at whatever the rates are that they assign to their salaried employees and paralegals, at $600 and $750 an hour, the developer council attorney's fees are going to be astronomical. I think there's an unintended consequence here that in each and every one of these lots of cases, we're going to go back to a situation where governmental entity attorney's fees, which frankly, in my experience, and just my own experience, cities and counties have a hard time sort of capturing those. They don't bill by the hour. They have salaried employees, and even if their salaried employees work 80-hour weeks during that litigation, they don't get paid more. There's kind of a limitation on it. But this amendment, I appreciate what's trying to be done here, but I think you create a situation where the attorneys for developers are going to come in and say, well, we prevailed as well. We and the governmental entity prevailed. And our fees for this matter are $250,000, and the counties are $75,000. I don't think this amendment ultimately does what it's intended to do. I think it works to the detriment of plaintiffs. I think it would be a bigger discouragement to them. And, you know, you may come and argue, no, those developer attorneys are not prevailing parties. But believe me, that motion will be filed, that motion will be litigated, that decision will go to the Court of Appeals, and it will go to the state Supreme Court. So I reluctantly but strongly urge a no vote on L014.
Thank you. Any further discussion on, yes, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just once again ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L14? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Amendment L14, noes have it. Amendment L14 is lost. To the bill. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the recognition, and I appreciate the debate on the amendments that we have brought. I'm just going to speak briefly to the bill and again reiterate my opposition, especially to the section lines 18 through 20 that we tried to strike out, because if you're going to lose in a land review case against the government, everyone should have to pay that's a loser. If we're going to make it a loser, why are we exempting those that have an application for the land case? What if there's a competition for this and one developer doesn't like the other developer and they want to bring a review to this, a judicial review, and so they want to slow it down and they lose that case? They don't have to pay the government fees. They don't have to pay the attorney fees. Only the citizen groups have to pay the attorney fees. And to me, that's just an issue of fairness, an issue of justice, and we should be treating them the same. I also want to ask the sponsors, I want them to address this, because I want this on the record. Any existing cases happening before this law is passed, because I don't see it in the bill, I want to make sure they're grandfathered in, but I want that on the record, that they're grandfathered in. Any existing cases before this bill becomes law, before it goes into effect. I still am a no on this bill, but I want to make sure that we're protecting those who are currently doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Centennial for asking that question. Just want to be really clear, the way that bills in this chamber work is that they can't apply to anything that is currently already working its way through the judicial process. So yes, if something has been filed, there's no way the folks filing that 106 challenge could have known before this bill goes into effect that it would have gone into effect. So thank you. So yes, you're correct. This does not apply to cases currently working their way through the judicial process.
Thank you. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I do have an amendment that actually aims to address somewhat this exact situation in terms of there could be a perception that this bill is attempting to impact something going through the process. Of course, I don't believe it does from this multiple times I've asked about it. But also, there could be an instance where once this bill is about to pass and about to be signed into law, I could see citizen groups being very, very worried to bring a case forward. And the bill will have a chilling effect on those cases for citizen groups. Currently, the bill does have a safety clause on it, and so I advance this amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L015?
L15, amendment reading gross bill.
Senator
Strike
Van
page
Winkle.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment is and I move L15.
To the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's a very simple change to the bill. It actually doesn't change the substance of the bill in terms of the bill right now is simply actually just page 1 and page 2, and then page 3 is this safety clause. And what the safety clause is it's self-descriptive. It says the General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and then it adds on something for state appropriations of funding government. But essentially what the safety clause in this instance is saying is that attorney fees and who is paying them is so important, so vital that we have to move very quickly for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and safety. I don't believe attorney fees fit that criteria, and the petition clause will give a heads up to the judicial system, give a heads up to the citizen groups, heads up to all 64 county boards of county commission that the bill has passed, it's been signed into law, and it will be taking effect upon this date. And so I ask for a yes vote on L15, which removes the safety clause and allows for a petition clause.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We want to build homes now. This delays the ability for this legislation to go into effect. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L015 is lost. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L016?
L16, amendment reading gross
Senator
bill. Page
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L16 to 1107. This amendment strikes the residential use language in the bill and replaces it with affordable housing development. In the committee, and then also here on the floor, the sponsors have spoken often about trying to build more housing, and time is money, and we need to go and build more housing now. But if they really want to address the affordable housing crisis, let's narrow this bill to an affordable housing development. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. We need units. We need homes in the state. We need more built. Certainly, the focus of this bill, primarily when we look at 106 challenges, they're primarily around affordable housing developments. But we have that 5-unit in for a reason. Ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I encourage a no vote. It just simply says an affordable housing development. but oftentimes within their quasi-judicial land use processes that we're going through, we're talking about how many are under 30% AMI, how many are at 50% AMI, is it half the project, is it a quarter of the project, is it 5% of the project? And so I think the definition of an affordable housing land use gets decided through local ordinances, and I think that this is too broad to accept and have a good definition.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L? Yes, Senator Janelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Amendment L016. I think this is a fair amendment, and what we're looking for is affordable housing. And I'm not quite sure why we can't amend the bill to put this phrase in on an affordable housing development. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L016 is lost. To the bill. Yes, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to end with a couple of statistics that were asked for during the committee hearing the other day. There was an argument that very few Rule 106 actions challenging residential land use decisions within 5 dwelling unit acre plans are filed per year, which is true. There's not a whole lot. But what that means for the amount of housing, amount of affordable housing we have, it's incredibly detrimental. There was 10 cases from 2022 to 2023, so 10. From these 10 cases alone, 4,498 housing units were affected. We're spending this whole session talking about the need for housing, and last year, this very problem impacted 4,498 units. In 2024 alone, 2 Rule 106 actions have been filed, which affect nearly 400 dwelling units. That's why I encourage a yes vote on this bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've appreciated the discussion on this bill. And yet, of those 4,000 units, how many of them were affordable? We just voted down an amendment that would clarify that when we're talking about the fee shifting provisions of this bill would only apply to developments with 5 units or more. Well, if there are 5 McMansions within a 5 unit per acre basis, well then I can see why there would be community frustration around that. That being said, I think that there is a deep need for affordable housing, not just housing. Look at my district. We've got tons of luxury apartments being built. Very little actual affordable housing being built. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1107? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1107. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1107 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1232?
House Bill 1232 by Representative Snyder and Senator Gardner concerning the enactment of the Uniform Special Deposits Act.
Majority Leader Gonzalez, Rodriguez.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry, did you read the title? Okay, thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your indulgence. I move House Bill 241232.
To the bill.
There are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Members, this is a uniform law bill involving something that you all wish to know about, special deposits. Special deposits are bank deposits that have a contingency associated with them. One of the most common is landlord-tenant go into a trust. So the landlord is to put tenant deposits into a trust, and the contingency on that is with respect to satisfaction of the lease and so forth. There are others. There is some uncertainty in the law from state to state, and that's why this is a uniform law. We have worked with the banks. There was an extensive stakeholder process, and unlike some uniform laws that are 200 pages long, this one was only 48. I asked for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1232? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1232. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. House Bill 1232 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 195?
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Winter and Cutter and Representatives Lindsay and Lindstedt concerning protection of vulnerable road users.
Thank you. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-195 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy report. Senator
So,
Cutter.
thank you. During committee, we just did some clarifying amendments, mostly regarding coordination with local governments on the AVIS program, and then we added in construction workers as vulnerable road users.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Transportation and Energy report to Senate Bill 195? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Thank you. The Transportation and Energy report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Winter, we do have an amendment at the desk.
Yes. Thank you.
Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L010?
L10, amend the Transportation and Energy
Senator
Committee
Winter.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L10.
Thank you. To the amendment.
So what this does is several things. There's some technical improvements in here. There's also input from E470 and CDOT on exactly what a federal highway is and definition of a state highway and what a state highway is. And it clarifies toll roads like E470 are not included in this. There is a cleanup related to AVIS violations at 25. Right now, it's allowing for violations between 11 and 25, and we're moving that limit, but it retains current law after gathering more input. It retains flexibility for the local governments on how they implement 26 and above. And then there's some reorganization of how CDOT coordinates with local governments to make it extremely clear. A previous amendment was confusing about fines in school zones, so we're cleaning that up and updated definition to federal definition, so we're not jeopardizing federal monies. And I encourage yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L010 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've been working on this bill for a long time. It came out of the Transportation and Legislative Review Committee this summer. And what we found is that people, what we heard during testimony and during our process was that people are dying on our streets at an alarming rate. In fact, right in the middle of working on this bill, I popped up a headline from the Denver Post one morning that 4 pedestrians were hit and killed that weekend. So they're definitely on the rise. In a CDOT release from last week, at least 716 lives were lost on Colorado roads in 2023, and these numbers have been rising. At least 151 of those were pedestrians and people on bikes, and these have been rising at a much faster rate. People outside of cars make up about 10% of road deaths, made up about 10% of road deaths 20 years ago, and now it's 20%. People should be able to get around without risking their lives. And we heard from a lot of experts, and so we're about some solutions. So we're happy to bring this forward. We have state and local goals around this, but we're definitely falling short. CDOT lists road safety as one of the department's core performance metrics. And 8 years ago, in 2016, Denver adopted a goal of having 0 traffic deaths by 2030. And yet both Denver and the state are setting new highs for pedestrian deaths and serious injuries each year. These are problems that we can help fix. This is getting worse for a lot of reasons. Smartphones, car screens, people have a lot more distractions than they used to. We've known forever how dangerous it is to drive while intoxicated, but people do it. Newer trends in vehicle size and shape are also exacerbating this crisis. People are about 50% more likely to die from getting hit by a vehicle with a tall front end like a truck or SUV than a sedan. And not only are people driving trucks and SUVs more, but these vehicles are getting larger. Consumer Reports finds that average hood height of trucks has increased by 11%, and weight has increased by 1/4 in the last 25 years.
Thank you. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this looks very similar to another bill that was earlier introduced this year and PI'd in Senate Finance. And that was because the original source of funding was coming from fees on the size of your vehicle and the weight of your vehicle. And instead, what we did is we worked with CDOT to use some of CDOT's share of the faster fees, not the local share of the faster fees, in order to start this program, which is incredibly important because it saves lives, it helps us meet our climate air quality goals, it helps with traffic, and it helps with saving people money, and I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the bill. I didn't serve on the committee of reference. This AVIS system, the Automated Vehicle Identification Systems, I'm just wondering, is this like a license plate identification system, or how does it work and how does it identify vehicles? And what are going to be some examples of fees and fines and penalties that are going to be imposed when they identify my vehicle?
Thank you. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from El Paso County. So last year, this body passed Senate Bill 200, which was giving local governments the ability to use these tools. And so an example of what that is ticketing if you're running a red light through automation, or if you're speeding, so the side of the road, right, you're coming up on it and it says slow down, but actually allowing ticketing through it. And so this is allowing those on state highways. We already passed it last year for municipalities, and then we are working on the coordination to ensure that the locals are coordinating within the state highways that are in their jurisdiction.
Thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have a problem with these automated vehicle identification systems. Let me tell you a story. And this goes to the bill, Mr. Chair, about these automated systems and what has happened to me. And I even had a reminder last evening about it. Several years ago, I got a letter in the mail from the Harris County Toll Road Authority. That is a toll road authority in Houston, Texas, Harris County. And it said that I owed them for an unpaid toll, and it was because my license plate had gone through that toll, and I was very alarmed. I initially thought it was some kind of a scam or something, and then I discovered the license plate, and I didn't even know, and there was a picture they'd taken of a panel truck going through this thing, and I hadn't been in Harris County, Texas at that time. I just hadn't. But while I'm trying to figure out what to do about this and what the problem is, I get 2 more of these unpaid toll things threatening to sue me if I don't pay my tolls. And I haven't been to Houston, Texas in 30 years. And I was trying to figure it out. And I'm like, what is this license plate number that they say it belongs to me? I didn't know anything about it. But I am a lawyer, and I do subscribe to services that provide you data and information. And I put this license plate number in. I thought somebody had maybe registered a truck to my name or something, and they're out there doing, what, human trafficking or who knows what. Maybe they are. So I put that license plate number in, and it came back. And it turned out it was a temporary license plate number in Texas when my daughter, who went to law school in Texas, purchased a car, and she had a temporary license plate with this number on it. They had identified my vehicle. Now, there were countless hours of time, and only because I'm a cagey, simple country lawyer, and I found the email address of the Harris County General Counsel, that I got past all of the tape recordings, and if you want to pay, do this, and if you owe back, do this, and you pay us, and I'm trying to hit the zero to get somebody to go, hey, this isn't me. And by the way, what was the problem with the truck? Well, they had an obscured license plate with a very similar number on a permanent license plate to what my temporary license plate was. And so I wrote an email to the general counsel. I didn't even invoke, do you know who I am? I just said I was an attorney. And I don't think to this day that they know that I'm an elected official in Colorado. And I said, you know, I don't own this truck, and I don't think you've got a good picture. I think it's obscured, and they ought to wash their truck, but maybe they don't wash their truck on purpose. And I want you to know that they did take care of it, but for 2 years, I got these things, and I would scan them and send them to an associate general counsel for the Toll Road Authority in Harris County, and they would say, okay, Mr. Gardner, you don't have to worry about this. So there, automated vehicle identification system. Turns out in my mail, I got around to checking my mail, went to the mailbox, opened it up, took the mail out, had a toll charge from Fort Bend County, Texas, same truck, same obscured license plate that is very close in numbers, and I think a 3 has been turned into a 9 by dirt or maybe intentional. I don't know. But I'm going to have to find the general counsel for the Fort Bend County Toll Road Authority, or else I'm going to spend hours on the phone saying, I don't owe you $10. I don't know who these people are driving around in a truck, going through the tolls, and I don't know if they've intentionally done this with the license plate or whether they're just don't ever wash their truck or its license plate. I don't know. Another story about automated vehicle identification systems. You know, in Aurora, a couple of years ago, maybe 3, a woman with a group of teenage and preteen girls in her car, a black SUV, an Escalade or something like that. The police have their license plate scanners, and they get a hit on her license plate that it's a stolen vehicle. Now, those police officers in Aurora are supposed to do one more thing before they jump on that. Well, the one more thing is they're supposed to see if that vehicle that has the license plate number is the vehicle they're looking at. If not, it could be a stolen license plate. I mean, there could be a lot of things. And is that license plate from the state on which you're looking at? Turns out that stolen vehicle was a motorcycle from Montana, not a black super SUV in Aurora, Colorado. But those two officers pulled that lady over. She was African American. They put her face down and all of her preteen daughters face down in a parking lot. Handcuffed them, I think. They're on their way to or from a teenage girl's birthday party or something like that. You can read about this. Automated vehicle identification systems, wherever they are. The problem with them is I don't know if it's 1 in 1,000. I don't know if it's 1 in 10,000. I don't know if it's 1 in 100,000. But when you get them wrong, there's no way to fix it unless you have extraordinary talent. And you may find yourself face down looking at the asphalt because the one more step that was required didn't happen. And someone profiles you and decides that your vehicle, which you own, and you're taking your daughter and all of her friends to a preteen outing, wind up face down. Until there are protections and absolute requirements that that governmental entities have a troubleshooting process for people who have been the subject of mistaken automated vehicle identification systems. And by the way, the same can occur in biometrics. That's why we have a bill to protect people. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for bringing that up because this is a very important issue facing the people of Colorado that I don't think most people in the state of Colorado even know about. The fact that they totally innocent people just taking their kids to school, their license plate is actually run through dozens of databases several times. I know, at least in my neck of the woods, when driving from my home to my kid's school, it would be 3 or 4 or 5 times that license plate is marked by a government and by local law enforcement. It's all done automatically, but it's still, the government is taking a picture of the license plate, running that license plate against various databases, all kinds of databases, logging it in an Amazon web server, in fact, and that's just what Douglas County uses. I'm sure other counties could use other things. But the idea is honorable, which the idea is if a car is stolen, basically a giant net goes over these dozens and hundreds of, thousands of intersections across the state of Colorado. And any time that license plate goes through one of those intersections, it's going to be flagged. And then the law enforcement can say, oh, the stolen car is there. Or the person that robbed the bank in this vehicle, this is a runaway vehicle, it was just flagged at that intersection there. Very honorable idea behind it. However, there aren't the protections that the good senator from Colorado Springs was just talking about. The very number one thing that happens when a car gets stolen now in the state of Colorado, this happened to me last session when my car was stolen, is the very first thing they do is they remove the license plate from the vehicle. Every car thief in the state of Colorado knows to do that now, so the car thieves aren't being caught by these cameras, but Jane and Joe Smith driving their kid to school is getting their background checks several times in these databases, and they're going to federal, both state and federal databases, and Amazon Web Services and others. And that data is going to be stored somewhere forever as to who drives where, when, and when they go through the intersections. It's supposed to be deleted from time to time, but it goes through so many different databases and background checks that those databases that it goes through doesn't delete it on a regular basis. So the good senator from Colorado Springs brings up a very good point that there need to be guardrails and more protections for the civil liberties of our citizens. And for that reason, would urge a no vote on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. My Lord, Neil Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I apologize to the bill sponsors. I was down the hall dealing with some other issues at the presentation of the bill, and so I did not get to participate in that. I want to acknowledge right up front that I know in many ways this is a personal bill. This matters, and I would also, to my colleagues, call out the fact that I think my dear friend and colleague from Winchester probably would recall that I had sent out a text of concern when I heard of the circumstances that came. So my arguments with the bill are purely policy motivated. I just want to make that very clear right up front, because I know there are elements of this that could potentially be very, very, very personal. There are elements of the bill that I like. Quite frankly, I think having CDOT be required to have metrics of a declining fatality, declining injury and incident rate, and managing for that is critically important. Quite frankly, you shouldn't need law to get that sort of stuff done. It should already be part of the policy of the department, and so I'm supportive of that element of the bill. But a couple of elements pop up, and the first one is born out of my experience, and I, again, want to acknowledge that I am an individual who has purchased and does use, now my wife uses it more than I do, an electric-assisted bicycle. And boy, that thing is almost as much fun to ride as my Harley. Almost as much fun to ride as my Harley. You know, the Harley somehow has this magical governor that it doesn't seem to be able to go any faster than what the black and white signs say the posted speed limit is, but boy, it can really get up to those speeds quickly. The electric bike, or the electric assisted bike, is surprisingly fast and surprisingly maneuverable and surprisingly like a motor vehicle. And my experience, most specifically as I navigate around the city and county of Denver, has been one where I am experiencing more motor vehicle challenges than I have ever experienced before. And they are in the form of motor vehicles that are arriving upon our streets that are sometimes motor vehicles, and sometimes they choose to be pedestrians. And that's these electric-assisted bicycles, where they sometimes choose to be on the sidewalk, and they choose to behave as a pedestrian, and sometimes choose to be on the roadways, and choose to be a motor vehicle. And the challenges of that are manifold, manifest, and they have, in my experience, presented me with more potential incidents, potential accidents in the last year or two as we've expanded our roadways. Actually, let me restate that. We've not expanded our roadways. We've contracted our roadways and expanded our bike lanes and moved parking lanes out into the middle of traffic and done all these interesting things in pursuit of a social re-engineering of America, where we will all live on our bicycles instead of our Harleys or our four-wheeled vehicles. So my observation is, because the incidents, or my personal experience, anecdotal information, the incidence of potential accident has increased with regard to the behaviors and the actions of individuals who have the capacity to be a motor vehicle in one moment and a pedestrian in the next moment, is very, very challenging and presents many, many potential problems. And I apologize to the sponsor that I didn't get this amendment out to her sooner. The reality is, as I said earlier, I was down the hall and had just received this.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment L012?
L12, amendment printed bill, page 3.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 12 and am happy to discuss it.
To the
amendment's-
amendment.
Thank you. The amendment's fairly straightforward. It has some dates in it contemporaneous with the dates that would be in the bill, and it would make the following requirement. Every owner of a bicycle is defined in section 42.1.102, prin 10, or an electrical assisted bicycle is defined in 42.1.102, prin 28.5, shall, here's the operative part, shall maintain legal liability coverage for bodily injury or death arising out of the use of the bicycle in the minimum amount specified for owners of motor vehicles. Now, this argument arises out of my experience and, quite frankly, my conviction that these bicycles, electric-assisted bicycles that run at paces faster than normal human-powered bicycles, in fact, should be, because they are in many cases, and they are regulated at times under city policies and state laws as motor vehicles, they should be insured as motor vehicles, and that is the point of Amendment 12. I urge your support of this, and I hope the sponsors will consider this as a logical step in the progression of welcoming electric-powered bicycles into a broader and broader use within our societal construct.
Thank you. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Monument for bringing this up. At the crux of the bill, this is really what it's about, is creating an infrastructure that is safer for everyone on the roads. Those driving cars, those on e-bikes, the disability community, those on regular bikes, skateboards, scooters. And it's about creating an infrastructure where you can be safe on an e-bike, safe in a car, safe on a scooter. And you've seen a lot of those infrastructure changes starting to happen. We have spent a lot of resources at the state level getting people to adopt e-bikes. And so this bill will absolutely help make the roadways and the infrastructure safer for e-bikes. But I don't think requiring coverage when bicycles are governed under different laws. We've run several bicycle laws in the last couple of years, and I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Sorry. Further discussion. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in renewed and vigorous defense and encouragement of my cute little amendment requesting liability insurance. I'm sensitive to and I acknowledge the change in infrastructure that the bill sponsor referred to. I have said frequently that California hasn't really provided, other than great beaches and some surf movies back in the era of Elvis Presley. Yes, the king has left the building. California hasn't provided a lot of useful things to the broader American society, but one of the things that California did provide to us that we glommed onto, and boy, was I glad that we glommed onto it, was the right turn on red law. Boy, that was a great law. Can we all agree that that was a really good thing to come out of California? Right turn on red, we all love that? Sorry. Now that we're moving into the world of electric-powered vehicles, known as bicycles, licensed as bicycles, and sometimes regulated as vehicles and sometimes regulated as pedestrians, and not insured as vehicles, you can't make right-hand turns on red anymore, but you can drive out into the middle of the intersection, reaching almost to the far side of the intersection, and then turn around the white little bollards, little stanchions. I'm not sure what they're called, what to correct somebody from the transportation world. Help me out here. The little white posts that stick up. You got to go. I called them bollards. That's the word I'd use. The little white bollards that have the nice little reflective top. Incidentally, if you do happen to encounter one, it won't damage your vehicle. I discovered this. Yeah, I accidentally, right, and it popped right back up. I was very sensitive to the fact that it snapped right back up because I'd caught the edge of it. Anyway, my point is, the right turn on red is now not allowed, and the right turn is impeded. It's harder now to make a safe right turn without moving all the way across the roadway and then make your right turn. So I urge the support of this simply because if we are making, and I believe when you write laws that expand behaviors and require behaviors, you are making decisions that move the Overton window of communication, move the societal behavior complex, when in fact we start to say more and more people need to be on those two-wheeled vehicles powered by batteries or assisted by batteries, that in fact we should make sure that all of the elements associated with those vehicles keeps up, and making sure they're properly and adequately insured as they become a more and more present part with larger and larger numbers on the roadways of Colorado, that they are appropriately insured, and insuring them as a vehicle is my argument that would be appropriate, and this amendment would require that. I urge your support again of Amendment 12 to Senate Bill 195.
Thank you. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the amendment sponsor, the good senator from Lundeenville. Is it your contention that you wish to exclude tricycles from needing liability insurance if your amendment were to be successful?
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundeen.
It would not be my intention to exclude tricycles, because there are motorized tricycles. Harley, in fact, has a tricycle line that they manufacture. And I'm old enough to remember Laugh-In, Rowan and Martin Laugh-In, and there was a guy who used to ride his tricycle up to the tree when his orange or yellow rain slicker, and then would run into the tree and fall over on his trike. I think that, in fact, tricycles potentially should be, in fact, covered as well, if they're electric powered. I mean, that is part of what we need to have happen here.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Well, I don't know that reference that you were referring to, so, but, sorry. That being said, what about children who ride their bicycles? Should they also have to prove liability or obtain liability insurance in order to be able to ride a tricycle or a bike? This amendment makes no sense. I ask for no vote.
Thank you, and I do remember the Laugh-In reference. Minority Leader Lundeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be among peers. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate very much the conversation we're having here, and I may have not got it quite right with this amendment, Amendment 12, but the reality is, if we're moving everybody to electric powered vehicles of all forms and all natures, including two-wheeled electric-assisted bicycles, and maybe sometime soon three-wheeled, electric-assisted tricycles, we should, in fact, be considering, okay, what is the liability for this look like? And it may be less, but I will tell you, on my electric bicycle, I've been north of 45 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour on that thing. So the reality is the risk of life and limb is meaningful on that. And I make in this moment one last impassioned argument on behalf of Amendment 12 and encourage all 17 members who are, about 17 members who are here in the chamber to vote aye on Amendment L12. And I just hate to have to request a division.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment 12? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment 12 is lost.
Solidarity for the left.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Roland Martin. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 11?
L11 amendment printed bill strike 7.
Minority Leader Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 11 to Senate Bill 195.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Colleagues, if you would, move to page 10 and 11 on the bill. I moved it, right, Mr. Chair? Fair enough. So this is again, a friendly amendment in this evolving conversation around electric-powered vehicles. It essentially acknowledges, and I will acknowledge I'm kind of giving the high ground to the sponsors. It acknowledges the validity of the need by saying, I think there is a number in terms of the funding, and on page 10 you'll find that the funding for this project, in page 10 on line 16, the bill expends for the state fiscal year 25-26 and each succeeding state fiscal year after, accounting for critical safety-related asset management, surface transportation infrastructure projects eligible for funding pursuant to section 43.4, 803, et cetera, and is determined by the Transportation Commission at least 10% of the remaining revenue, but no less than $7 million as adjusted shall be spent on behalf of this. And then on page 11, it refers to that same $7 million de minimis figure. This amendment, which is semi-friendly, implicit in this amendment is, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, you're going to do it. This is, instead of 7, let's go 5. We have a lot of critical issues that we're dealing with here. Almost all of them have some financial need. I'm simply saying, wow, how come this one gets so much money? Let's move the money around a little bit, and let's move it from $7 million down to $5 million is the ask of Amendment 11, and I encourage your support and hope the sponsors will look on it favorably.
Thank you. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator for your suggestions. But $7 million is inadequate for the work that we're trying to do, and we've already negotiated back quite a bit, and so we ask for no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, the motion before us is adoption of Amendment 11 to Senate Bill 195. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and Amendment L11 is a loss. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 195. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 195 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over House Bill 1057 until tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any objection to laying over House Bill 1057 to tomorrow? Seeing none, the bill will be laid over. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we rise and report.
Okay. Seeing no objection, committee will rise and report.
Do we still have to lay over 1057, or do we already do it?
We already did it.
Boom. I'm just checking it out.
Senate will come to order. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 22nd, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 41 is amended. Senate Bill 195 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1107, House Bill 1232, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 90, 182, House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 193, House Bill 1057, laid over until April 23, 2024, and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1230, laid over until April 24, 2024, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Never mind. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 1 to House Bill 1107?
S001, Senator Gonzalez moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Gonzalez floor amendment, L16 to House Bill 1107 did pass. Amendment gross bill, page 2, line 5, strike residential use and substitute an affordable housing development.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal 1 to 1107. We had a robust discussion about this policy during second reading, and in trying to be responsive to the sponsor's comments, both in committee and on the floor, about needing more affordable housing, needing more housing, this amendment L16 struck the phrase residential use and would substitute an affordable housing development. If we are actually looking to increase the number of affordable housing units in Colorado, let's narrow it to this let's narrow this policy accordingly. I ask for an aye vote on this COW.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I think it lacks enough clarity to really direct when and how you could use 106 rulings, because this doesn't say what an affordable housing development is. Is it 30% AMI? Is it 50% AMI? Is it 10%? Is it 15%? Is it 50%? So much of what these developments are doing is mixed use, both involving, and we have the density there of 5 units, but a lot of these developments are mixed use of commercial, of entertainment, in a mixture of market rate and affordable housing. And so I think this leads to a lot of uncertainty, and I think we're going to get more affordable housing units the more mixed use land use that gets approved, and that's ultimately what this bill is trying to do.
Is there any, Senator Bridges?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also add that we have a housing crisis in the state of Colorado. In addition to there not being a definition of affordable housing in this amendment, the more important thing is that we're talking about housing affordability. And housing affordability means a mix of development across the income range. It means middle-income housing. It means low-income housing. It means that we try and solve our 100,000 unit deficit here in this state. Affordable housing units are covered in this bill. This bill includes affordable housing developments. We shouldn't exclude developments that are for middle-income Coloradans. Moreover, there isn't a definition here, so I'm not exactly sure what affordable would be in this case, but ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Gonzalez.
The word affordable housing does not appear in 1107 unless and until you adopt this COW. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's because affordable housing is kind of housing. And this bill is about housing. So affordable housing, being a type of housing, is a subset, Venn diagram, of what's covered already in this bill. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 1 to House Bill 1107. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Liston, Van Winkle, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Hanson, Roberts, Mullica, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Winter, Bridges, Zenzinger, Priola, Henriksen. Michelson Janae. Coleman. Senator Lisa Marie Cutter. Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 10 ayes, 24 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 195?
S.01, Senator Lundin, move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Lundin floor
Minority
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1 to the COW with regard to Senate Bill 195.
To the amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have before us a blooming societal conversation. It's around the use of alternative transportation devices. In this particular context, the expansion of scooters. In this particular instance, the amendment refers to bicycles that are power assisted by electricity. It's amazing the torque you can get out of a battery-operated engine. This amendment simply says, as we have this expanding use of bicycles, and they're consuming more and more of the lane miles of our roadways, that we should, in fact, make sure that those vehicles that are frequently vehicles, but can also be used to be pedestrians, it's a little confusing at times, depends on which city code you're looking at, which exact circumstance you're looking at. The operator of the bicycle can either be a pedestrian or a vehicle. This simply says, whatever. You've got a certain liability requirement, and you should have liability insurance with regard to general liability that is equal to that of a vehicle, because at least some portion of the time, that particular bicycle is a vehicle under the law of the state of Colorado, and quite frankly, under the municipal codes in which you find that vehicle moving. So, Cal 1 simply says, let's treat it for what it is. If it's going to be a vehicle, let's insure it like a vehicle.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a no vote on this amendment. There are numerous places in law where we separate out how automobiles work, how agricultural vehicles work, and how bicycles work, and how pedestrians work, and I don't think this is an appropriate level of insurance for what we're talking about.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I appreciate the sponsor's comments, and I would say that was then. This is now. This conversation is blooming, colleagues. It's our responsibility to get ahead of the policy curve. Stop chasing after the back bumper of the policy vehicle that the General Assembly drives. Let's get ahead of the curve on this thing. Let's start, if we truly are going to re-engineer society and get everybody on a bicycle, let's make sure that we are addressing the policy outcomes and the lifestyle outcomes and the economic outcomes of doing exactly that. I urge your support of Cal 1.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 195. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Hanson, Exum, Bridges, Winter, Cutter, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Kolker, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Marchman, Henriksen, Sullivan, Hawkins Lewis, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Coleman. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. Motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 41 is amended. Senate Bill 195 is amended. Passed on second reading, order engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1107 and 1232 passed on second reading, order revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 90 and 182, House Bill 1121, Senate Bills 130, 193, and House Bill 1057 laid over until April 23rd, retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1230 laid over until April 24th and retained its place on the calendar. Message from the House.
April 22nd, 2024. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading, transmitted to the revised of statutes. House Bills 1129, 1445, 1342, 1338, 1075, 1034, 1450, 1443, 1063, 1350, 1331, 1440, and 1322. Amended as printed in House Journal, April 22nd, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revised of statutes. House Bill 1441 and House Bill 1236. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith. Senate Bill 180. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revised of statutes. Senate Bills 19 and 125 amended as printed in House Journal, April 22nd, 2024. The House has adopted on first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1413 as printed in House Journal, April 2024, and repassed the bill as amended. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1021 and House Bill 1130 and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1089 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Hamrick, Chairman, Byrd, and Frizzell as House conferees with First Conference Committee on House Bill 1089. The bill is transmitted herewith.
Signing of bills.
April 22nd, 2024, the Speaker has signed Senate Joint Memorial 3.
Deliver it to the Governor.
April 22nd, 2024, to the Governor for signature on Monday, April 22nd, 2024 at 11:58 a.m. Senate Bills 25, 66, 73, 145, 176, and 177.
Announcements. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. I have some more information about the April meeting we'll have this Wednesday and Thursday. Again, it is going to feature lunch and brownies, but we actually have speakers lined up on 2 different days. So would love to have you come join us on Wednesday or Thursday.
Senator
that'll be
Lister.
green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got it, Mr. President. Members, yes, once again, the good senator from Loveland and I, we want to let you know that you will see one of these lovely flyers on your desk tomorrow. They glow in the dark, and as far as the brownies go, they are nuclear brownies. They are not electric brownies. There is a difference. There's a big difference. And as to the lunch that comes up, it's a 2-day event, but you only have to come once. But we will have food. We will have great brownies and ice cream and fantastic speakers. If you don't learn something, your money is guaranteed to come back. Money guaranteed. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
It's free.
Senator Peel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Transportation and Energy will meet in Senate Committee Room 352, let's say 225. Gives everybody 15 minutes. We'll be hearing Senate Bill 207, as well as have some members of the Colorado Aeronautical Board. See you soon.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Education will not be meeting today. So I know how disappointed everyone is, but education will not be meeting today.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting today. We'll say 2:30, so in 20 minutes. In the old Supreme Court, we have confirmations for the Commission on Judicial Discipline, and then House Bill 1380, 1345, and 1099.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting tomorrow, 8 a.m. And please, Senators, book Thursday, 8 a.m. as well. We're going to try and do a Thursday Appropriations Committee hearing in lieu of our Friday Appropriations Committee hearing, again at 8 a.m. The bills tomorrow will be House Bill 1053, 1117, 1253, 1269, 1328, 1332, and Senate Bills 34, 43, 75, 78, 110, 116, 124, 151, and 192. If you need that list, either ask me, and I will send it to you, or simply watch the tape.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning is it's the time of the week that we have our weekly Bible study at 7:15 down in the basement. Come hungry and get your soul and your belly fed.
In response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1037, the Senate conferees are Senators Priola as the chair, Mullica and Rich on the first conference committee on House Bill 1037. Signing of bills.
April 22nd, 2024, the President signed Senate Joint Memorial 3, Senate Joint Resolutions 18 and 19.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 2:30 today, but before we recess, I got to make an announcement because I didn't read ahead. As a continuing reminder, open enrollment for benefits began April 9th and ends April 29th. If you have any questions, please reach out to the accounting department. I'll do it at the beginning. Yeah.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess until 2:30 p.m.